Pardon me. Welcome. Of course, nobody's in here yet, probably, but that's okay. I'm just going to start out here in just a second. The thing that takes me too long, and not the reason that I'm actually late today. I'm 12:30 instead of 11:30, an hour late basically. But the reason that I'm not normally on exact time, like if I was exact time, I would be 11:30 all the time. I'd be um, starting at 11:30, but it takes a long time to post the links to the streams uh, in like a bunch of different places. So I got three communities on X, and then I got the Redot subreddit, the Redot actual Redot forum, Redot engine forum, and then school.com/ your streaming. I forget what it's called. You're streaming something another. Your streaming community, which the um, the creator or whatever of that is actually moving from school.com to Discord. But then I also post to Discord, several Discords. I got a bunch of those, and then a few channels on IRC, Internet Relay Chat. So that kind of takes some time because what, and then I have to do the prep, which is um, I have the text that I use to title and description for the streams, so I have to update that first. I have a text file that that has the links that I need here. I'll go ahead and just show it to you. Here, let's open stream text. As you can see here, this is basically the description for the dev streams, right? This is the title. So this is usually the up-to-date title. So each day or each time that I stream, I'll change the number. I'll change the description. Like today, starting the visualizations over again. Um, and that's what I'm actually going to be doing today. In fact, most of this week, I don't know, probably next week too. Just knowing how things work. Uh, I'll talk about that in a second, but okay. And then the other is the edit streams here. I do kind of the same thing, right? The last one was 36. It'll be 37 on Saturday, although I probably not doing it on Saturday because I'm not editing. Originally I was just going to I was going to work that extra day and and then I'd have approximately what 11 days. 11 days. What would be 11 days? Six, Monday through Saturday, Monday through. Oh, right, because when I have the two Sundays. It'd be the two Sundays off, and then one Saturday would be editing. So I'd have 11 days, but I'm probably not going to do 11 days. I'm still going to do. It's the 2 weeks is just going to be like 10 days, Saturdays and Sundays off, and I'll probably still do some video editing on Saturdays. I don't know if I'll stream it anymore, so I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to do the streaming anymore. But so if I stop streaming the video editing, maybe I'll stop posting the links to my streams in Blender IRC channel. Not because I don't want them to see it. It's just because um, even though they allow me to paste links in there, like nobody says anything, and a couple of guys that are in there indicated that it was kind of cool, anyways. And and also because I'm using Blender to edit, and I'll be using Blender in the future for several things. for the animations, I'll probably be using grease pencil. Like I said, I want to eventually use make 3D sets painted to look like texture look like they're hand painted backgrounds. And in fact, we got some plugins now. Got some. I think I seen a thing that was like a brush pack or whatever to actually use Blender's own texture painting. But its own. It's like I don't know. It has a object painting mode where you can texture the object directly, and so there's some brushes to actually make it look like it's a background painting. So I might be using something like that. So I'll be definitely be using Blender more in the future, but um, right now I'm just using it for video editing. And if I stop streaming the edit, um, it doesn't mean less watch time because a few people do still watch the edit streams. I could check that out. Um, Here, let's pop that open. Actually, I should have just opened it in the other browser window I had. Let's go to my videos. I think that's what I want. That reminds me, I'll have to um upload tonight's update. Um, what was I doing now? The reason I was doing this. What was the reason I was doing? Oh, the edit streams. This got 10 views last time. What about this one? It's got 20 views. I don't know. I'm getting not too bad of views for the not the secret streams. That I'm getting 20, which is not that much different than it's not really that much different than my regular streams. So I actually get the views. But anyways, it's a few little bit extra watch time, which I realized that I won't be doing that. I won't be doing the extra watch time. What was I saying? Oh, I realize if I don't do those those extra edit streams, that I'll have less watch time, which is, you know, I mean, it's not like it's that significant, anyways. If I had a ton of people looking, what do I have notifications for? Software updates, of course. I already got a reaction to my posting in the self promo channel on the Redot uh, Discord. Anyways, so what was I getting at? Um, let's see. Okay, just checking something. Um, yeah, but I was just thinking, I don't really have my Saturdays either. In fact, most of my time it's just me and my dad here. My dad is retired, and you know, um, so I mean, he can find something to do, but he doesn't have that much to do by himself. Be on his computer and stuff. But so Saturdays too. It's like I don't have Saturdays off. Well, I still won't exactly because I'll still be doing editing. But I'm thinking I'm gonna whenever I have free time that I can sit in here that's not related to the work part of it or whatever. Um, that I'd do the editing. In fact, um, I should start converting the uh, the MKV files like ahead of time, anyways, and then I can always start a Blender scene a Blender project for editing that particular update, and then like add to it and work on it, kind of sort of at my leisure, kind of. So if I decide to do that, essentially be taking weekends off. So I'm kind of thinking about doing that. Anyways, what I was saying was taking time. Okay, so I have this now. This other stuff here. This is like I have the please wait music. The music that I'm looping. So that's the the license thing. It's Creative Commons, right? So I put this text in here, and then this is just a general description. So really the only things that change are the title and even that's just the number, and then the actual description of that particular stream. So that doesn't take super long, but I do that, and then I go down here and I copy it over here because this is the stuff that I actually copy into Discord and IRC and X and those couple websites. And in fact, what I was doing is I was doing a separate IRC one, and then Discord and X. The only difference between X and Discord is that I put the hashtags on my X posts. So so you can see this as 109 because this is from yesterday, and today I just used this today, so it doesn't. It's not a problem just to copy in these lines and then adding this fourth line to copy into X because the X is only 3 communities that I do that to. Um, anyways, so it took a lot of time, but when I was doing this, so then combining everything into one deal where I can just use the same one thing, which means I don't have to duplicate my edit there. Um, makes it that much quicker. Um, and especially if I don't do the edit streams, I don't have to do this extra part. So all I'd be doing is just the game dev, and it'd be kind of quick. That's what it'd be. In fact, I could call this stream text 2, and I could remove those. I'm still just thinking. I'm still just spitballing. Um, the idea was that one Saturday every 2 weeks, I wouldn't be streaming editing because I wouldn't be doing the editing. But every other Saturday I would be. But I might just go ahead and drop the edit streams until somebody, Rook, who usually comes in here, the rookie, as he's known, um, tends to pop in and listen for a while. He probably would say, "Well, why do you stop? Why would you stop?" But um, mostly I'd stop because so I don't have to set aside a specific time. That way I can come in here and I can edit whenever I have free time. You know, time at the end of the night or whatever. I could even edit on a super secret stream, which would be, like I said, like late at night or something, or like um, when Dad goes to lay down for lunch, especially on Saturday. It means that I might only have an hour or an hour and a half, and so what I might do is I might would do a stream until he woke up, and then not do this, and then quit the stream. But I could just do that as a sort of it's like the super secret streams. It'd be a super secret stream on Saturday. Anyways, that's what I'm thinking, and this is why what takes so long normally when I'm at a normal time. Like usually you eat and then it goes off. Sometimes I have to use the restroom, you know, and so and I can't have these actual links, the links that I post. I can't have the stream links until I actually start streaming. The one thing that I could that I'm thinking about doing is I'm thinking about first of all, I can just use the one link. I could use no. I mean, yeah, I could. I could just give the Rumble link to my account, to my videos. The way Rumble does it, it shows all the live streams along with the video, with the videos. I'm sure there's some customization if you make a like what do they call it, some sort of branding deal or something. It's like a separate channel or whatever where you have a name and all this stuff rather than just a straight up, here, let me show you a little bit of the Rumble and see what I have all videos and this is account, so but I think there's a link somewhere and it just kind of shows your videos like this, I think see something here. Which channels here? My channels. See, I haven't actually created a channel yet, so I'm not even sure how that works, you know? So, live streams, live streams. Anyways, this is actually my dashboard kind of thing. So this is not actually why am I showing that? I shouldn't be showing that. Uh anyways, yeah, I wonder I wonder how there we go. That's what it is here. Oh, well they do have it. So I can actually go directly to the live stream. All videos. These are my uploads. Okay. There we go. So anyways, the idea is to the um I can link to the live stream pages of each of these. Um Here, let's see something here. Nobody in here. Nobody in here. Let's go ahead and refresh. I'm essentially refreshing Restream because it gets out of sync if here, let that go. Okay, so basically, the one thing I could do instead of doing the multiple links each time is I could just link the live stream pages for both YouTube and Rumble when I paste, and that way I don't have to go in and re-edit the thing over and over again. I just do the thing. Of course, I still have to fill out the title and the description if I want to. Or I can say I'm live streaming now, but um, so if I did that and I prepared it, what I'd be doing is I still have the title and I still have the description, which is just a little one sentence deal, which I can set up real quickly, and then I can copy those into each of the deals and just link to the. I no longer have to wait. I wouldn't have to wait anymore for the stream to start to be able to post them. In fact, I could actually kind of front load everything then, and so I could actually put the actual post. I could actually put the post up in each thing, like the discords. Like I could have all the discords in there, and I could have them pasted, and then I could either well, I mean I could just enter them anyways. Well, I should probably actually stream before I actually hit enter. So that wouldn't be anything. Anyways, so yeah, so it just means if I use the common link, it would just make things quite a bit quicker. And if I didn't do edit streams, I wouldn't have to post the edit stream stuff, so I wouldn't have to do that. That wouldn't be different. And so then it'd be a matter of just copying a few things down instead of a whole bunch of things down. And then the other thing I was thinking about doing that I said yesterday, and yeah, I know I'm I'm kind of wasting time here. And that's kind of the way it works, I guess. Just I'll be getting back to work here soon, like work. Like I'll be making sure the whole stream, I'll be on time. I'll be doing the full length, and so pretty soon, because these are changes I'm gonna make here kind of soon. Some major changes. I'm gonna update my Patreon, and then the thing I was toying with still, and I haven't heard back from anybody because I don't get that many viewers anyways, and so maybe you're not even seeing this first part here, but I'm thinking of routing everything through my Patreon. Now they have a thing now where you don't have to be a member to be able to see the Patreon pages. I think they have to be designated as public though. I think so. I think there's some Patreon pages you can't see anything if you're not a member, but they have the public option or the public thing now. So I'll make it public. I'll make all of my posts for everybody. I'll make all the posts public, and so that you don't have to be a member to see the post. And all the posts would be doing is kind of what I'm doing here, which is um, instead of posting the links to the live streams, I'd be routing it through the Patreon, so that way it funnels people to the Patreon. They can see the thing. They can still see everything. They can still link everywhere. They don't have to click on anything. But but I get people looking at my Patreon saying, "Hey, if you want to support me, here I am." But you don't have to because everything will be public and you can see everything still. So I'm toying with the idea of using my Patreon as a jump off platform. And then I could do the thing of where now we're getting to multiple clicks, and somebody might not want to do multiple clicks, but where I actually link to the live stream page instead of the actual live stream itself. So I know there's some options. If I route everything through the Patreon, that's an extra click, right? So you click on it, and then to get to the stream, you have to click on the stream in the Patreon post. If I route it through live stream page, it's also an extra click, but it's just directly to each of the Rumble and YouTube live stream pages, to where you can click on that, and even though it's an extra click, you're right there, and so the newest thing will be there first. So I don't know. There's some different options to do here. I'm trying to figure out a way of making sure that I speed up everything, while it's at the same time still able to post everywhere. I mean, I could do a thing where I do a once a week post. I don't get that many people to start with, so if I reduce it to um, promoting the once a week deal, then what do I say? If I do it, then maybe I'll even get even less people, right? Because basically you have to keep reminding them, unless somebody is watching. I got a couple of watchers that really like watching or like what I'm doing. So uh, and they're fine, and it would be fine for that. But other people that just they don't care unless they see it right in front of them. Otherwise, they forget about it and they go like, yeah, you know. I mean, obviously that kind of reflects on me. Like I should be a better live streamer, but I still have to work on that anyway. So that doesn't really matter. Uh, whether it doesn't matter that I'll get less viewers because I'm not posting every day. Or no, what I should say is that matters, but what doesn't matter so much is the fact that I have to improve my quality because I'd have to improve my quality anyways. I mean, just to get more people to want to watch, right? So yeah. So I guess I've wasted about enough time. I should actually get to work in here. I don't know. Lately, I've just been kind of um, I'm not getting any kind of burnout, or I'm not actually getting tired of doing the live streams, but I'm getting kind of lazy where I might wake up late, or I might go to bed late and be sleepy, and so I'll go into the living room and I'll sit in a chair, and then I'll like fall back asleep right in the chair, and then I'll wake up late, and so everything. If you don't start early, then everything else is thrown out of whack, and everything else gets later. That's kind of like why I'm late today. Today I had to do some cooking, and even though it wasn't didn't really take that long to do, or it's not that hard to do, I didn't really want to do it. I was just like, so I was almost in my head, kind of postponing it. So I kind of postponed it a little too late. And that's why I'm too late. And it shouldn't be that way. I should be getting to bed early. I should be getting up early, making sure I'm up. I should be getting to work, doing stuff around the house and whatever, and preparing, and I should be on time. But the reality is I'm kind of lazy, like a lot of people. And I don't usually like to use the word lazy, not because I find it derogatory to me because I do it, but because I don't think of myself as being lazy. In other words, when I do work, I'm willing to do work, but sometimes I don't know, sometimes you just don't feel like doing stuff, I guess. You don't have to do stuff all the time, and then sometimes when you're really energized, and let's say you got a bunch of stuff to clean, and I'm just using cleaning as an example because it works well for that. But you have a bunch of stuff in the house to clean. Or let's say you have company coming over and you know you got to clean up some and you have to get to the most important parts. And if you're messy like I am, then it's a lot of work. And you're like, okay, all morning I'm gonna do this all morning. They're not coming till 1 to 3. They're not coming till 3 o'clock or whatever. I'm gonna spend all day and I'm gonna clean. And so you start hard and you sweep and mop and wipe off counters and scrub stuff and whatever. Take out the trash, move around, do stuff, and then after about an hour or two of that, you're just like you're exhausted. So you start sitting. You're like, oh man, I know I should be doing more work, but I can't do it now. And then soon you're not doing your whole day's work. Like you're hoping you maximize the whole time, and but the reality is you just don't do it. So even when I am up and I am ready and I do start doing stuff, at a certain point I get tired, and you're just like tired. You're just like, I don't want to do anything, even if it's not like super hard. Sometimes it's just kind of exhausting just to keep going, you know. But it's not like anything super hard, or you're not working out or you're not out of breath or something, but you're just kind of fatigued after a couple hours, especially when you really wanted to maximize that whole time, right? Anyways, that's kind of the way I am, and I need to. I need to get on it somehow. Anyways, that's about my rant for today. And so instead of splitting up more rooms yet, we're going to go to we're going to redo the yeah. Anyways, I'm going to figure out a way of making sure everything that I do is quicker. Like I said, it if it means being on time, it might be better that you have to do a second click to get to the stream. Maybe it'll weed out more people that don't really want to watch it, I guess. Although I can't foresee a time where I wouldn't want anybody watching it, even if it was to come and criticize me, even if it was, you know, for whatever reason. But that being said, if I'm on time, if it's short, and if I get right to work, then I might retain more viewers, and that extra click won't be as big of a deal because they'll go, "Hey, I like watching this guy, and he's about to come on, so I should go ahead and go over there and check it out." You know. Anyways, let me know if anybody's watching, if anybody watches at this point in time. Yeah, because most likely it's going to be somebody after the fact, not on the live stream, that is going to be looking in and kind of popping around the video, uh, and you might happen upon this deal. So let me know if you think I should do the generic, go to my live page because I'm streaming now, uh, and whether or not you think it's okay to route everything through my Patreon. Anyways, let's get to it, right? So let's open this. I don't think I changed anything, but let's see if I apparently I guess I did. I guess it was just yeah, update to editor map. So basically whenever I change position, the Redot editor is going to every change position and I save it, the Redot editor is going to update the positions of these things because this is essentially like the project, right? So basically, let me check and make sure my audio is on. Yes, it is on. Good, good, good. For a second there, I was thinking, oh, maybe I forgot it, but okay. So here's the deal, right? This is not bad. This actually works. I thought I had a problem before. Uh, but here, what if let's save room data? Okay, let's reload. Save scene. Reload. Oh, whoops. But notice this is gone. Why is this gone? I have no clue why it's gone. But I do know the one thing. The one thing that I have a problem here, save the room data, see it redraws the line. And this is actually appropriately how it's supposed to work. But if I want to create a loop, um, I have this cross thing, right? Kind of cross. Now, I could work on my game as is. Maybe well, okay. Let's see something for a second. I wonder if there's a way I could switch it. Now, I'm not talking about branches. I mean, I could do the branch thing. I could create a new branch and blah, blah, blah. Um, pardon me. But, working on two versions of the editor map at the same time. Maybe what I could do is I could do, yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll save a copy and of editor map, within the same. All right, it's the editor map as the scene, right? Yeah, the editor map scene. Um, I'll make a copy of the editor map script and okay, there's one of two ways I could do this. One is I could just make a copy of the script file, which would which means if I want to work on the old one, if I want to use the old one, I'd have to shut down. I'd have to rename the new one to the old one, the old one to the new one, and so that it would use the different script based on um, it used a different script. Uh, it would use the other script. In other words, I rename it, use the other script. Like I'd use a script here, and then I go ahead and add stuff to here. But then when I wanted to redo the visualizations, work on the visualizations, I'd rename the script. The other way I could do it is I could make a duplicate. Uh, I could make a duplicate scene first off, and then I could make a duplicate editor map script. If I do that, if I did that, then I could just switch to the scenes. In other words, I could work on the scene with the visualizations when I wanted to work on that, and then switch back to the other scene. I might do it that ways. So that's Grok. I mean, I know Grok is a little wordy and stuff. Um, so it's Tuesday just after 1 p.m. And before doing anything, I want to run something by you. Let's see. Okay, last night, off camera, I asked Grok to help me with the to-do list, and I could actually show you what that kind of entails. Let's see if I can find it. This is the whole thing here, I guess. Updated to-do list. Remove all door incoming line visuals. So that basically it reverts back to the original. I reverted back to the original deal where it had no visualizations at all. Okay. Modify custom line 2D become general editor map overlay class. So I'd call it editor map overlay would be different. It would handle drawing. We rename lines to paths. We're just calling paths because they'll be paths. But instead of doing a single line, here let's go to the script. Let's go to the script page. See custom line 2D. It uses a node 2D, and you can draw directly on the node. Now that being said, I can also draw rectangles. Of course, these are primitive, I guess, basic drawing deals. In other words, I wouldn't add a color rect node. I'd actually draw a there's a draw rect function, which means I can draw rectangles. So I can draw the door nodes. I can draw the lines, and anything else I need. I'm thinking I'll add arrows, and so and then I wouldn't have anything like. I wouldn't have a horizontal container, a vertical container, or I don't have a vertical container, a horizontal box container, H box container, and um, I have two of those. Then I have the container for the lines, And instead of having all the containers and stuff and trying to worry about where something is in relative to the other thing, what I decided to do is I would actually um, I'd have one node 2D that was the editor overlay, and what would happen is it would draw the lines and the colored rects and the arrows and everything. It would draw it over the top, and then I don't have to worry about the nodes, the node spacing and stuff, because everything will be spaced kind of manually. It'll be drawn manually. And so what I decided is instead of just a line, I'm going to actually have a multi-segmented line that I'll call a path that'll actually have arrows on it. And then that way, when I come to here, I can literally have it draw around. Like I could have it like go down, under, up, like that, so nothing actually crosses. Or it'd probably be the other way for this. I have to write the code to make sure that it doesn't ever cross, that the lines never cross. Let's see something here. But yeah, so depending on where it was, it would essentially trace a path. So this would actually go down to the left, up here, and then down here. And so it will be like a, what the heck was that? That stupid bug. Tired of bugs. Especially one. Dead bug, I think. I don't know how it got on me. Sorry. Bugs down here in stupid Florida. I don't dislike Florida, but I don't like bugs. Up in Oregon, all you had to worry about were the occasional ants, and they were black ants, so they were relatively manageable, relatively easy to manage. Anyways, I suppose there'll have to be some sort of pathfinding, which I don't know much about pathfinding, but I'm gonna have Brock help me figure it out. But to where it doesn't cross lines and it doesn't cross over over rooms. So that way, so that this for instance, if this was sitting over here just like this might go down here, be routed over here, up here, over here, and then this would, of course, would still be like straight on like this, and then so basically, depending on where you put it, it would route it around the thing. And that being said, too, is instead of having it just on the top or the bottom, I'd essentially just have it update to the closest position. In other words, like you have this up here and then you have this down here. So this line would actually be up over here, the closest it would be to this line, and so it would be drawn like that. And then this might still be drawn on the outside. Anyways, the whole deal is let's go back to script. The whole deal is that this would have it would have arrays of line segments using draw line to draw paths, and then I draw little arrows with like either triangles or some such, and the little square rectangle or squares for the doors and incoming links. I could even, like I would on a real layout tool, I could even do node to node connection. In other words, I'd take and essentially draw it. I'd take and drag. I'd click on I click on the panel, I drag it, I let go, and then it would route the line and draw it, and then it would actually create the door automatically. Might be a lot of extra work though, but since I'm drawing it this ways, I can translate that into the layout tool. In other words, I can bring it directly into the layout tool, um, and have it. In fact, I didn't even think about that. Um, what I could do is, since the layout tool is going to be, let's start to work on the layout tool, I think. I don't know. I don't know if that's what I want to do or not. Should I do that instead? Should I just go ahead and start out with the layout on the layout tool? Use what I have, even though, um, well, there was a thing too when I think I know why too. That's because it had the door nodes as positions previously, so I didn't know how to update it. So I actually have to create what I'm going to create and then reload the scene to update it properly. I mean, that's good. What I have in there already is good enough to use. You know, it just doesn't have some of the niceties. Hmm. I have to think for a bit. Yeah. Um. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. First thing I was thinking of was making a duplicate editor map scene. Call it editor map 2 or something as unoriginal. And then also taking the script file and duplicating it as well. This way I could use both scenes for when I wanted to just work on the game and when I wanted to fix the visualizations. One other method was to simply duplicate the script and rename it each time I wanted to switch between visualizations and actual working on the game. It should know what I'm talking about. That's the kind of the good thing. I realize it's just a fancy word picker, but um, it usually has a good idea, a way to understand, even if you can't communicate normally that well. It's kind of interesting. It's better to it knows how to understand your inaccurate communication better than a human does. I'm not saying it's better than a human, um, but I'm just saying that when I say this, I'm saying this as in an odd way. Um, I should have said it differently. I should have said creating duplicate script files and then renaming it each time, or taking it and having it apply. Hey Rook, welcome to the stream. And of course, I'm using Grok again, like always. Um, I am considering whether or not to. Well, first, what I was going to do was because. Okay, let me show you. Um, because this works, this still works. It just, it's there's like a weirdness to it, maybe. Oh, let's just do that. Um, since this works, and this is just because it's a loop. That's why it's crossing. It's crossing because this door leads to this destination, and then this door leads back to the source destination. So it's actually a loop. It's actually a designed loop, but I didn't really design the visualization part to it does this crossing. I mean, I got it solved to where yeah, that's another interesting thing. Let's switch it. Let's see what happens when I save this. Boop. Um, but now it see and the way I got it set up is it fits, but these still cross, right? Because this is a door to this incoming, and this is a door to this incoming, so it's crosses lines. And what I decided I was going to do was I was going to remove all these visualizations and draw on a 2D node directly, because that's what the these this line 2D thing is. It's its own 2D node that draws a line, like I was showing in the script earlier. See, it uses draw line and set line, right? Um, so the Q redraw, draw. I actually think it's extends. Okay, custom line start position default function draw. Set line start in default. Q redraw, it has them redraw everything. And honestly, I mean, I know how it works, but I see, it's underlined. Uh, anyways, this is what actually draws the line, and so I was just like, well, if I could do that, why not? Why don't I do all the lines under this, and on this node 2D, and not use separate nodes for each line. And then why not draw the colored rectangles that represent the door or incoming links? Why not draw them directly on the 2D node? So then I don't have to worry about the position of everything. So, yes, I'm rubbing my nose because it's driving me crazy because I got allergies. Um, so, so basically, I'm kind of going, in order to avoid this line crossing stuff, why don't I just kind of redo the whole thing, where I draw everything onto this 2D node and I draw it the way I want it, and I don't have to have anything that crosses, and I don't have to worry about their positions in relation. I just have like you have like one position, like the panel is a it's like these panels have a position relative to their parent, and right now rooms was a node that I switched to node 2D, and so now it has a position. So now it's all relative to this rooms node, and so then I can actually put this overlay node and actually have it as a child also, and that will draw over the top of everything. And so then I can route the lines to where I want to. And in here, what would happen is it would go down over here, up here, and then up to here and down to here. And then this would kind of be the same, but also I'm going to have it to where the incoming links or the door links, the door nodes, that they're actually positioned the closest to the closest possible to the parent or the child. So that way that this door here and this is the incoming link right here on the top would actually be moved down here. It would actually be on the corner based on this position, and so it would actually go over here, and then this would still have to wrap around so it doesn't so it doesn't intersect the line or the room itself. But it would actually just draw the line segments like that, and it would have little arrows. So, well, actually, that's not true either. What would happen is this would move over here to the corner. This would move over here beside it. It would almost be to the corner at itself, and so it would draw up here, and this would actually draw right up there too. So that way, none of them would actually cross. And then I have little arrows, and I also have some routing logic. So I'm thinking, okay, so this actually works, and I can use it, and I don't have to worry about the crossing the lines. And because before I was thinking maybe it's a problem, I got to rewrite it, and I was going, no, I actually really don't need to rewrite it if I want to use it. I can use it as is, and I can still make my game as is. It might make it with a bunch of connections. It might start looking all weird and spaghetti like though, or like pickup sticks or something. But I was thinking. So I was thinking. Ah, sorry about that. My nose is stuffed up all the time. So especially when I'm doing like talking here, it bugs me. Upper lip moves and the whole upper thing moves, and so then I have this itchy on my nose itches. Then I'm trying not to scratch it or rub it, but it's driving me nuts. In fact, give me a quick second. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Some days are worse than others. So the reason I'm so self-conscious now about the stupid rubbing my nose here is not because I mean it doesn't look that good on camera. Obviously you don't want me to see me messing with my nose. But uh, I was watching a thing. They were noticing how Zelensky, president of Ukraine, how he's doing this thing with his nose. He's kind of doing the thing and snorting, like he's been doing coke or something. and I'm like, I look like that all the time, anyways, and I don't do any drugs of any kind, whatsoever. I don't smoke. I don't drink alcohol. I don't do nothing, right? And I'm kind of going. I'm going, man. Uh, People are gonna start thinking that I have some sort of drug problem when I'm messing with my nose like this. I'm like, I have allergies, bad allergies all the time, and today is kind of bad, I guess. Maybe the pollen count is up. I mean, I could check. I could probably check that. Maybe the uh the weather app. Let's see here. Um, I don't know if it'll say it here. On the Windows weather app, it actually will show you the pollen count. Um, so, anyways, so I'm just like super self conscious now of trying to rub my nose and stuff, but it makes me want to do it more, right? Because now I'm thinking about it all the time, and my nose starts itching, and then I have to scratch it, right? I have to rub it out or whatever. So it's just I don't know, it's just kind of annoying me. But Anywho, let's get back to the deal at hand. So I'm thinking, okay, so I can work on this thing for part of the time by duplicating the script file and just rename the script file each time. But even easier than that would be to duplicate the scene file as well, and then also duplicate the script file, and then have the second scene file uh, work off of the duplicate script file, which is fine because all these nodes should be the same except for when I'm actually physically working on with them. Because all I have to do is reload the scene and it will load up all the pages like they're supposed to be, right? And in fact, because I'm loading the meta position, since I'm doing the saving the scene, it isn't going to matter as much. Even if I reload it, it doesn't matter because it's actually reading the meta positions and uses the same code. So I could do that. I could do it that ways. And then I'm thinking, there's the idea of doing the dang stupid layout tool. Just a regular Redot program, whatever you want to call it, which would be an editor for my game. At least for phase one. In fact, I can involve the editor too if I want to do that. I'm going. Why would I? Why would I do a separate? How do I say it? Why would I do a separate thing where I'm trying to fix this visualization problem? And instead, why don't I just do a separate editor? Like I was going to do anyways. I have to set up a few things. Like I have to set up the camera and the zoom stuff and all that, and make sure that this is no editor and this is actually the program. In fact, uh, which button is it up here? What's that? That's current scene, and then play custom scene. Play the edited scene. Oh, that's interesting. What if I click that? Ah, interesting. Cancel. Okay, so this lets you select a specific scene. This is the current edited scene. So if I'm editing the layout tool, I can just run that by itself. Of course, this actually runs the game, and that's fine. I can stay the way it is. But this one, I can actually go ahead and, I have to put everything in it instead of a plugin to add a button to the UI. I actually have to make it a physical button. So I have to do some of the original work myself. But shoot, why don't I just go ahead and why don't I go ahead and make an editor? Editor will be a little bit different too because it won't be just this layout tool. I'll be able to zoom in, but I'll be able to click on a dill, like I'll double click on it or something, and I can pop up the full screen like editor with an input box and everything. Um, yeah, let's see. Let me think about that. Um, let me think for a sec. Okay, so let's go to the room script for a sec. I know I'm not actually doing anything yet, but I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. Um, if I go to the room script, I'm trying to think of like, okay, so normally I might do like a complete separate project, right? to have its own script, its own room script. I could probably still use this whole project as the project, though. Let me think. Door, no, door. I could have special editor versions of the scripts too. So, I don't know. I have to think of this out. That's why I was asking Grok about something. Here. Seeing your idea for managing development, you're considering two approaches: separate working on game logic from fixing visualizations, the editor map, both involving duplication. Create a sandbox for experimentation. Duplicate editor map, scene, and script. Duplicate and script. This way, you'd have two separate scenes. Working on the game logic, keeping the current visualizations or removing them temporarily, or expanding with new visualizations. Isolation changes won't affect the original, so you can experiment freely with visualizations without risking the game logic setup. Clear separation, having two scenes makes it obvious which one you're working on. Game logic or visualization fixtures. Version control friendly. Using version control, you can commit changes to editor map separately, keeping your experimentation distinct until you're ready to merge it back into the main scene. Duplication overhead, you need to maintain two scenes and scripts. Everything's loaded dynamically, so that doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, the scripts, separate scripts, sure. But I don't have to maintain the first script because I'm using that to make the game. From then on, I don't have to mess with any of that stuff. Lead divergence, new feature in editor map, new button, manually copy that. Scene references. Yeah, if I make a new thing to the plugin, well, actually, that's not true either because if the plugin stays the same, but I added an extra button, it'll be on both maps. Approach 2, duplicate the script and rename it each time. You keep a single, duplicate the script. Each time you want to switch between work on visualization and game logic, you rename the script file or reattach the appropriate script to editor map scene in the editor. Single scene, there's no need to update scene references, less duplication, you'll duplicating the script, not the entire scene. Focus experimentation, you can still isolate cons, manual renaming. Renaming the script file each time you switch is error prone and tedious. You need to ensure the file is renamed correctly and that Redot recognizes the change, which might require restarting the editor or reattaching the script manually. Editor workflow, if you reattach the script in the editor instead of renaming the file, you need to open editor map tscene, detach the current script. Okay, risk of overwrites. I get it. Okay. Approach 1. You're planning significant changes to the visualization system. Simply switching scenes is either in renaming scripts. You can simply open editor map. Once you're satisfied with new visualizations in editor map 2, you can merge the changes back by copying the relevant script changes. Then you can delete to clean up. Yep. Keep scripts aligned. Temporary setup. Temporary files. Merge them back. But yeah, well, obviously. Don't worry about the to-do list for the time being. I'm still working something out. The issues you have with approach 1 doesn't really matter, and I'll mention why. Approach 1 cons. To keep them sync. No. There's no duplication overhead with the editor map and second script, since I won't be modifying the original editor map script until I'm done with the changes. I'll just be using it. What did it say? Two separate scenes, isolation changes, clear separation, version control threat, cons, duplication overhead. Yeah, the divergence wouldn't be there. Seam references. If other parts of your project reference editor map. Um, um, Nothing actually references the editor map. I simply use it to lay out my rooms. I simply use it to lay out my rooms. Also, if I need something else in the plugin, I'll just add it since the new script will be using all the other same scripts. I'll just add to the plugin and it will simply load. It will simply load. More files, and it's only a single other file to manage. No duplication overhead. You're not planning to modify the original editor map while working on the new visualizations. Instead, you use the editor map as is for laying out rooms and working on game logic while experimenting with the new. Well, I don't actually do game logic even in there. The editor map is simply for layout. It's simply so I can add. Well, actually, technically, it is still part of game logic, isn't it? While experimenting with new visualization system, once you're satisfied, you'll overwrite with the new script or merge the scenes, changes manually. You won't need to maintain two scripts long term, just during the experimentation phase. No references to Redot or map. You've confirmed that nothing in your project directly references the scene is solely used to lay out your rooms in the editor, meaning you can freely switch between editor map without affecting other parts of the game. This eliminates concern about updating scene references. Plugins are simple. If you need to add new functionality to the plugin, you can modify the plugin script directly since both use the same plugin. Other shared scripts, the new functionality will automatically be available in both scenes. You don't need to worry about syncing plugin changes between two editor map scripts. Minimal file management. You're only adding one additional scene and additional script, which is minimal increase in complexity. Since temporary setup for experimentation, you're comfortable managing these extra files till you're ready to merge them. Okay. Great. You'll keep these the old visualization system. Experimentation, you will create implement new visualization system. Plugin updates. You need to add features, merging. Okay, this workflow makes sense. Next steps. If you don't want to focus on to-do list right now, still working something out, I'll wait for your next idea or question. You confirm that you'll proceed with duplicating the scene and script. Okay. Okay, so one other thing I had in mind was a proper layout tool. It seems I'm going to be Yeah, that's another interesting thing. The doors, the door nodes. Um, I don't know. Are doors? Let me see something here. Are doors? Is door a node? Is it node 2D? If it's node 2D, which it is, that means it can have an X and a Y. So, I can literally add positioning code. I might would have to do that before working on a separate editor map to change the visualizations, because I'm going to be using the now these are in relationship to, huh, yeah, think about that. The incoming aren't if I made what if I made incoming actual the same thing as the door nodes? In other words, it wouldn't have a destination and a choice. Would it have would have a source. It'd be the source room that it came from. It might make more complexity though to the with everything though. But if I did it that ways, at least in the actual layout tool, if I made separate incoming links, and then there's also the thought. Also the thought now. I'm doing a lot of thinking and not a lot of doing. Um, Whereas having the things where I wouldn't have two-way doors. You add a door, and it's kind of like the what the tutorial, the Godot, the text adventure in Godot thing did. The way it did it was, um, somehow you connect the rooms up. So, okay, so here's the thing, right? They're nodes. So the actual nodes, if I have a node on it, let's say I have a room and then I have a door node, a separate door node. Making it two-way doesn't make sense because the destination room that you have the two-way with doesn't have access to it because it's not part of its deal. So in order to make two-way doors, I'd have to make doors their own separate kind of entity, like that float around essentially. And then what would happen is the room nodes then have would have the link to these floating these floating door nodes, or um I could say, and they would be just lines. It would actually simplify some things because then you wouldn't have a door per se. You just have you'd have a connection, and so it would have whatever connections it had. But they'd be using the same node for the door, and the node would be a two-way node. So that's an idea. That's a thought. Um, what I was gonna say here. Since I'm going to rewrite the visualizations and draw them manually. I might as well do a separate tool. Does this make sense? Please keep the answer concise. Thank you. Creating a separate layout tool for your channel ends makes sense. Since you're rewriting the visualization, drawing them manually, a dedicated tool can streamline room placement and path routing, keeping the logic separate from the visualization system. This aligns with your goal of experimenting in a sandbox while maintaining a clean structure. You can build the tool as a plugin or a new script to handle automated. So the question is, do I, since it's going to be an actual running scene, i.e. not in the editor itself, is it better to make a separate project, or should I just use the project use the same project but still do the separate scenes as I would anyway? Not in the editor. Let's evaluate creating a separate project versus using the same project with separate scenes. Propose complete isolation. Creating the layout tool won't affect your main game project. You can test the tool independently and export it as a standalone app if needed. Constant duplication of assets means you'll need to sync manually between projects. Harder to integrate directly with editor map to .tscene for testing visualizations. Same project, separate scenes keeps everything in one project, so your shared scripts, assets are automatically accessible. You can easily integrate the layout tool scene with the editor map to scene to test visualization and iterate quickly. Slightly less isolation, but since you're already using separate scenes, this is manageable. Risk of clutter in the project, the minimal with good organization. Use the same project, separate scenes. Since the layout tool will be a running scene, you can create a new scene alongside. This avoids asset duplication, simplifies integration of the visualization work, editor map 2, and leverages the existing project structure. You can run layout tool.tscene independently to test the tool and then use its output in editor map 2. I also, it's almost 2 o'clock now, and I'm going to be taking my break at 2 instead of 1:30. I also thought, what did I think? What was the other thing? Let me think for a sec. Well, the thing about the doors, that's the one thing. I was also rethinking the concept of two-way doors. We had discussed a different combo, but I don't know if that's in your memory or not. The way this is set up, Each room has a door to another room. But what if I instead made the doors independent objects and simply link them in each room? The door would have two rooms, i.e. room 1 and room 2. And that way I could also simplify connections between rooms. The connections between rooms. Yeah, okay, there's still a deal. Be like the same node, right? So I attach one door to one room. I attach the same door to another room. I'd have to know which way it went. Like I'd have to know which way that they went. 2 rooms. I guess simplify the connections between rooms. So it would have a single line since the position of the door and incoming links don't matter anymore. It would simply be 1 and 2. And so what's 1 and 2? Well, 1 and 2 is whatever is the opposite. In fact, you could have no, that you'd have to have what opposite and adjacent or something, and it would depend on which direction you're coming from. Okay, let's just see what it says. And then I have to go to break here. Okay, I understand you two-way doors. Path to represent the link in the editor map. Each room has a list of doors, where each door is destination pointing to the room, another room's ID, the inbound rooms array, and each room tracks which rooms link to it, populated by assigned inbound rooms. This set works, but leads to duplicated effort for two-way connections. You need door instances, 2 paths. Post setup. Make doors independent objects that link two rooms rather than being owned by a single room. Two room references, room 1, room 2, string IDs. Right. Remove the destination field since the door itself represents a bidirectional link between room 1 and room 2. Keep other properties for gameplay and visualization purposes. Manage doors globally. Instead of each room having a doors array, maintain a global list of doors in editor map to work in duplicate scene. For example, doors array door to the editor map to when loading rooms. Create door instances based on the room data. Create door instances based on the room data. Store them in this global list rather than attaching them to rooms as children. Simplify room connections. Well, see, the other thing is you could also attach them as child to each room. It would be the same node, but attached to update room, remove doors array, update visualizations. Yeah. This would consist of me rewriting the room system, the room changing system. Simplified connections, no need for inbound rooms, flexible visualization, gameplay compatibility, considerations, updating room, JSON files, include a doors array destination field. You need to duplicate to create independent door objects for this data. Path directionality. Since the door is now bidirectional, decide how to represent this in the editor map. Single path with arrows pointing both ways. One arrow near integration layout tool. Since you're also planning a separate layout tool scene, independent doors make it easier to manage connections. The layout tool can work with the global doors list to position rooms. Okay, impact on your current plan. Okay, this I need to break for 30 minutes. I'll be back then to discuss. Okay, so let's just go ahead and switch to break, and I will see you on the other side of the break in about 30 minutes. And I'll go ahead and mute the mic during that time. to everyone. Another postcard, chimpanzees. Everyone is addressed to me. Everyone is addressed to me. Everyone is. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Says I might have to completely redo the room and door system, but I haven't done anything yet, so I'm still just figuring out what I want to do. I didn't ask it to do this, it's just doing this because I mentioned the thing and it thinks it's supposed to do it. Um, let's see. I'm gonna go to YouTube. Actually, I should have it in here. Watched. Retro Text Adventure and Godot. Um, Adding rooms, creating exits between rooms. Um, I'm gonna briefly kind of scan through this. You won't hear anything for a second. Um, Now I am hearing myself though, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself. There we go. So I can actually run through this. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Everyone is addressed to me. Okay, Hmm. I don't necessarily have the exits or doors aren't necessarily tied with actual physical directions. That's where the decoupling part comes in. In which case, I might even have to rewrite the door system then too. So I'm still considering. Still considering. Um, let's see. Okay. So one of the concepts is to now he's got what he's got here is he's gonna have a deal of exits, and it's gonna go to actually I I get it. I get it. Here, let me go through this real quick. First, I'm gonna speed it up. Hmm, hmm. Hmm. Oh, I see. I see what he's doing. Okay, so he's got this connect exit function, and what it does is it's got a destination room. Like I have a destination room, right? Um, that's an interesting thought because you could very well go back up the chain, couldn't you? It's kind of doing what I'm doing with the inbound. The inbound I'm doing as they're separate links, but the inbound what it does is um, it reads the room that has the doors connected to it. Um, I see. So basically, what you do is you go into the destination room, and then you add the inbound links, which is the current link. This is like him doing this. I don't know if you can see it here, but room that exits west equals self. In other words, he's saying that the destination room, it's inbound, is the current room, so it's the current ID. So I'm kind of doing something similar to that, except I'm actually saving that in that's very interesting. So basically, it has a room exits. So that's like each room having a door to the other room that it connects to. That kind of makes sense, sort of. Even though I'm not doing that because it's largely kind of linear. Although I do have a thing where you can go back, right? And right now you can go back because it has a door. It has a door that goes backwards. And honestly, huh, about that. Eh, still like trying to rethink everything. I might not should do that. That's a lot of rewriting, but you can have separate door objects. For one thing, they could actually be separate files even, so that the door now becomes an array of door IDs, and no one room holds it. Um, think about that for a second. I mean, there's one thing that I could do, and that is you can add the one to one, and you could add the same one to the other, as long as it has both things in there. Okay, let me go back to my thing here. Let's go back to this for a second. In all honesty, since they both connect, I don't need two separate lines. I don't need a separate incoming for it. I'm just thinking of whether or not I should do this the same way or not. And all honestly, for visualization purposes, I can still keep it the way I have it, but instead of drawing lines and having the incoming, I simply have the lines connecting the two things there. Of course, here you want this to be the destination. Here you want this to be the destination. So it's like they're two separate deals, which they are kind of are right now. Trying to figure out how to simplify the logic. I don't even have that much time left today, and I haven't really gotten anything done today. But hmm. Okay, so there's the thing. Um, let's say, let's say they're even separate nodes. It's fine if they're separate nodes, right? Let's say we got two of them, and instead of thinking of this as incoming, as this is incoming, You can think of this as a door, and this is a door. Like you can think of them as separate doors conceptually. And then what you can do is you can combine them into the door object, right? So I could have a door here. I got the we'll say a door on the top. It doesn't really matter where it's sitting. It just matters that it's there. And what you have is you have two rooms. You have a source room and you have a destination room. In other words, you have two rooms that are connected through this door. Even if there's actually separate doors, but yeah, and you have a single connection here. I already have the door there, so I don't actually need incoming. I don't need to reference incoming. I just need that the door is there and the door has a destination. Now, the thing is, the thing is it's doing the exact same thing. In other words, I could instead of using inbound links, I could make that a door. That means there's actually two door objects, and we want a single door object that has two rooms in it, two connections. And I can do that way, couldn't I? I could have a door. I consider all these two-way connections, and even though, for instance, even though this is only one connection. Let's see. Let me think for a second. Um, let's make sure my microphone is on. Is it on? Yes, it's on. Good, good, good. I know with Git, I don't have to have a separate deal, but here um, I almost need a separate thing. Actually, I could make duplicates of all my scripts, and then rename them. So each room has a door in it. Two door ends, 2 points essentially. Two door ends, two door strings. They can actually be separate doors that are attached, just like this is attached, right? So what I have here is for every door that's attached is going to have a link to the other door. So for instance, this is just Hubert Home 4 and Cerulean. Well, each of these are going to be doors. They're going to have both links in the doors, with one serving as a destination and one as the source. See, it's like I'm kind of doing that already, right? Well, I mean, if I'm thinking of like a linked list, let's say the actual programming data structure, a linked list, which has the node to the previous and the next, then the doors can be considered these kinds of nodes. A linked list node, which has a parent and a um, destination, right? But linked list is each node. Each node is connected to the parent and to the child. Okay. So that means this is connected to this parent and this is connected to this child. See, now my eyes bother me because that allergies really are bugging me right now. Okay. Hmm. Basically, the parent is kind of superfluous, right? Because the parent is always the one that's in. The door parent. So door parent is the room ID. The door child is always the destination. Each door has a destination. I'm closing my eyes not because I'm tired, but because this left eye is bugging me now. It's itching and stuff. Um, I don't know what kind of problem I'm having here, but I'm having a problem. I don't mean a mental problem. I mean a problem thinking through how these connections are supposed to work. It makes sense on that Godot tutorial. It makes sense that the way he has it set up. So he's got these exits, and each room has these exit like this exit dictionary, and the exit goes to the destination room, right? In my case, it's just that I have destination ID in a door a separate door node, whereas he has a dictionary that just has it's got the cardinal directions in it, and then it's got the destination room in that, and that's really the only real difference. But what he does do is sort of what I do, but not really, but sort of, and that is it goes into the destination room and then sets the exits in the destination room to the source room. And somehow I'm having a disconnect here. I mean, in reality, it should kind of work the same way in my game here. I shouldn't have an inbound. Now, inbound is just for visualization, so it doesn't really actually have an inbound link. It just has the fact that the parent is the room ID that owns the door, and then you have the destination. Um, I don't know. I have to think about it for a sec. dang it. Oh. There you go. Impact. So this tutorial I watched had a dictionary of exits, which had north, south, east, west, whatever. And a function that connected two rooms. And it did this by going into the destination room of the particular exit. So if the exit was west, then it goes to the room the west exit points to and sets the west room exit was west, and it goes to the room the west exit points to, and then sets the east room three. And uses the opposite exit, in this case the east exit in the west room, and sets it to the current room. So you have a two-way relationship. I understand. You probably should describe the tutorial you watch for, okay. For each room, with a function that connects two rooms by setting up a two-way relationship. For example, room A's west exit points to room B. The function automatically sets room B's east exit back to point back to room A, ensuring a bidirectional link. Let's break this down and see how it would apply to your project. Okay, connecting rooms. A function connect to rooms links two rooms. Actually, I think my deal, which isn't actually a problem, but I think that's kind of interesting. I mean, it's still doing the same thing, right? Because I have a door in the Hebrew Home 4 has a door. Then its destination is Cerulean. Cerulean doesn't have a door that Cerulean doesn't have a door that's connected to Hebrew Home 4, and that's where I need to do it. Let's see what this says though. Your current system needs door objects owned by each room with the destination pointed in another room. You're tracking inbound links separately. Tutorials approach offers a simpler way to manage two-way connections by embedding the relationship directly in the room's data structure. Let's explore how you adapt this for your project, especially to you considering. Replace door with the exit dictionary. Yeah, I don't have to actually do that. Connect rooms. I would do the connect rooms, and connect rooms would actually literally add a new door to the next one. So that way each, like, okay, so I already have inbound rooms, right? Well, they can actually simply be set up as doors. They could be doors to the inbound room. That way, I don't really have a problem doing the bi-directional thing. In fact, I can have it actually switch. You know, so you and then you have a choice. So in the door specs, I have a choice, and it actually creates the doors. Uh, it creates a new door, and what it should do is it should also create a new door in the opposite room, or vice versa. Um, Iteration, direction labels, visualization, directionality, recommendation. Okay. Um, let's set aside the visualizations for a moment. Um, I don't need to add a separate exits dictionary. What I need is a function that connects to rooms by doors. So, if there's a door in one room, I should automatically create another door in the other room. Um, I don't even have to. The code doesn't even have to be set up to do a connect room function per se. I can have a connect room function in the editor map that actually does the manual room connections. In other words, it when it creates the one door, it can create the other door, and then it can save it to the JSON file. The JSON is going to have they're still each going to have doors, but uh, they're going to have dual doors essentially, and it can have up to 18 entries because 9 each, up to 9 each. You know, that's kind of an interesting thought too. That makes sense. I don't even need it in the game code. I just need it in the editor map that when it creates one door, it also creates the other door and saves it. Modify your project to keep the existing door system, but ensure when a door is created in one room, a corresponding door is automatically created in another room to establish a two-way connection. This change will only apply to the editor map in your duplicate scene, not the game logic. You want to ensure both doors are saved correctly. Let's plan this out. Current setup, and so it'll still even use the pardon me, this eye is bugging me. Not only is it itching now, it's now got like pressure in it. I don't have a headache, but it's like I don't know if it's like I touch it too much or press on it too much, and now it's all weird pressury. Okay. It has a doors array, inbound rooms, door specs. And in essence too, also when I create a door, when I save out, what it's going to do is now it's going to not just save out the doors, it's going to go ahead and add probably the door specs, because the door specs actually create the doors. So it actually recreates the doors every time from door specs. And what it does is it loads the doors up into door specs, then it creates the doors based off of the door specs array, and then when it saves it, it saves the current doors to back to the door specs in the JSON. Loads rooms, assign inbound links, saves room, work with editor map. Well, I'm not doing editor map 2 if I'm not doing the visualizations, which I will be doing, but I'm not doing it right now. Doors created room A pointing to room B. Choice 1 automatically created a corresponding door with the same or different choice. This should happen in editor map. Yeah, and the thing here is, let's see something. It might have to be, and this is the other kind of tough thing now, because before I manually set the choice that you use. How, how would that work though? Because there might already be a choice of one in another room. I might have created a door in the one room, in the other room, and that means I have to jigger the choices a bit. Um, let's outline the changes achieved this without an exit dictionary. Keep the door system intact. I could probably do a choice assignment though. In other words, if the choice um I could set the choice to the next available choice, right? I do know the one thing. I could actually have the choice correspond to the slot. Although, as far as I'd have to figure out a way of writing the data to the description for the choices uh, into the actual description. Like it'd have to save the choices as description. Okay. Add function to connect the rooms. Um, let's not consider editor map 2 right now. We're using the same thing because I'm going to have to change how the rooms work. The second editor map was for visualization changes only. So I need to fix this first so I don't mess with it again and only be modifying the visualizations. Modify room and door system to ensure that when a door is created in one room, the corresponding door is automatically created in the other room. Update the loading and saving logic to handle this new system without affecting visualizations yet. And this also means that each choice corresponds to the slot it's in, because it's more or less going to be dynamically assigning. I guess it'd be dynamically assigning choice numbers. In which case I have to reflect that in the description so that you can actually see what key does what um, command does what. Add connect rooms function. Create two-way doors between rooms. Source room ID. Create a door in the source room pointing to the destination room. Create a door in the destination room pointing back to the source room. Use the same code for both doors to negate they're part of the same connection. Update. Load all rooms to create and create. When loading rooms for each door in a room's JSON doors array, call connect rooms to create the door and its counterpart in the destination room. Update save room to save both doors. Ensure that when saving a room, its doors array. Yeah, but the connect rooms, it's going to do that automatically anyways. It's going to create the doors programmatically. So it's going to go in, it's going to read the door. It's going to read, for instance, it's going to read Hubert Home 4. And that has a door to Cerulean. It's going to go into Cerulean, make sure that the remember I have a rooms dictionary compiled of all the rooms that happens after they're all loaded. In fact, this would probably happen at the save stage, not the load stage. But when you're saving it, what it's going to do is it's going to go, okay, so I have this door here to Cerulean. Now I need to go into Cerulean, make sure that the room is there, and if it's there, then I need to create a door that goes back to Hubert Home 4. And that means all of these will actually all have the doors. Now that also means that only up to 9 connections are possible. Not that we couldn't do it the other way. In fact, the way I had it, you have 9 inbounds and 9 outgoings. In this case, they would have to be combined, and it does sort of limit how many choices you have. But at the same time, I think it kind of works better. I think. And in this case, what you'd have it do is you'd have it save in the slot, and the index of the slot is your choice number, so that they would always be the same. For instance, we'll start with this Hubert Home. It's got 2 connections. Okay, so it has 2 doors. Now, of course, this is going to be a 3rd door, and yeah, it's going to have to take that into account. It's going to have to take if there's already an existing door connection, which it will have from the start. Okay, like if we start from the first one, it's time for me to go now. If we start from the first one, it's going to go in, it's going to read the door. This doesn't have another door in it, so that's fine. It's going to read this door, it's going to go in, and that will probably be door number 1, because there's only 1 door here. Door number 1 has destination to Enchanted Lands 1. So, it will go into Enchanted Lands 1, it's going to create another door, and this door is going to go back to Enchanted Lands. Now, since this is the first door, it's going to be the first slot, so it's going to be 1. Or it's actually going to be 0, 0 based array, right? So it's actually going to be 0. The first one's going to be 0. Then Enchanted Lands 1, its 0 room is Enchanted Lands. That's room 0. So now we already have one door, which is room 0. Now we got 8 other doors. So in this one, I have another door. This door is actually going to go in. I'm going to create this door, and I'm going to put it in slot 1, right? It's the second slot, 0 base array. So slot 1. So slot 0 is the door to Enchanted Lands. Slot 1 is the door to Hubert Home. Okay, so now we're going here, and we're doing now we got a dilemma here. Okay, so these are this is a slot 1, so that means that if this is a slot 1, then I have 0 and the other ones open. I mean, I could always sign the choices by order, which would make a little bit more sense. So in other words, Enchanted Lands, I go into Enchanted Lands 1, and is there any doors here already existing? Not yet, because maybe I haven't made them yet. It's going to go in there, and it's going to say Enchanted Lands 1 doesn't actually have a door yet. Although that's not true because, well, okay, we're assuming that it hasn't loaded up. So it's only loaded this up. It hasn't loaded up this one, right? Okay, they're all gonna be loaded up. So I'll be assigning doors after they're all loaded up, right? So maybe I'll have a function that will load doors. Same choice for both doors. This might be confusing gameplay if choices need to be unique per room. Auto-generate a choice for return door. Forward door use 1, the next door use the next available choice in destination room. I like choice 2. That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was saying. We probably do. That's probably the better option to do that. Deduplication when loading. If both rooms JSON files specifies the same connection, connect rooms should only create the pair once. Use a set of process connections to track this. Okay. Saving both rooms. After calling connect rooms, ensure both rooms are saved. Call save data for room. Simplified visualizations later. Yeah, next steps. It's going to have to be called after. It's going to have to be called after load all rooms to be able to identify two-way You're correct. There's also a small issue with the number of rooms. Each room is supposed to be able to have 9 doors. However, Um, in order to give that many choices, however, if you're doing outbound doors, if you're doing outbound doors, I have to keep track of how many the room has already, since they're two-way links. I guess one way around this is by having 18 possible doors. But there's only 9 digits. So that's a problem in itself. The issue you're facing, each room is designed to support up to 9 doors using digits 1 through 9 for the choice property. However, with the two-way door system, when creating a door in room A and room B, automatically creates a return door in room B with room A. You need to track the number of doors in each room to avoid exceeding the 9-door limit. It'd be so much easier if I did the direction way. In other words, if I already had separate directions. Let me check something though. I mean, it does work already. Maybe I shouldn't do that. See, I'm spinning wheels again, but so this goes back and it goes back. So what if I do a larger loop? What if I add another room? So this actually doesn't go to the top here. This goes down to another one over here, and then it goes back up here. Well, I mean, it's still the same problem as far as the crossing lines, right? See, the advantage that the directional system has is that they're fixed directions. In other words, you either have something to the left and right, or you don't, right? A choose your own adventure doesn't really work like that. It's just turn to page whatever, right? It's not it, and it doesn't have a backwards. Now you could literally tell it to turn to page and go back to the previous door. You know, you could literally have it do that. But so this is still kind of an issue here. Defined by door specs array, gameplay design, choices 1 through 9, two-way doors, new system, creates a return door, both doors capture the room's door limit. If a room A has 9 outbound doors, 9 different rooms, each of the rooms will have a return door to room A, meaning that room A could also have 9 inbound doors, totaling 18 doors. However, the door specs array only designs 9, and so you can't assign unique choices to more than 9 doors in a room. It's kind of an interesting thing because I was gonna do this to kind of make things a little bit simpler and easier for myself, and I guess the only way to do it would be not to have any loopbacks, because in essence, in a choose your own adventure book, you don't have any loopbacks. It just goes forward, right? It goes forward to the ending, or it goes forward to now. It can go to a multiple rooms can lead to the same room. That's fine. Huh. Enforce a combined door limit. Treat 9 door limits combined total of outbound and inbound doors before creating a door in room A to room B and the return door. Check the total number of doors in both rooms. Reject the new door creation. Room B. And this is the other thing is you're creating it. So you create a new room, right? And you make a door to another room. Then uh, if it hits the max of 9 already, then you can't add this door to it. Check the new door creation. Shoot you where you apply the same check to avoid exceeding the limit. Keeps another attack. Limit flexibility. Um, Careful validation to avoid exceeding the limit. To direction property inbound, outbound to distinguish door types. And connect rooms. I didn't think about that. Inbound or outbound. Separate choice spaces. That way I can have up to 18 rooms, but only... Think about that. The return with a choice that doesn't need to be unique among room B's outbound doors. Also one to track separately. Total doors, but allow choice values to overlap between outbound and inbound doors. May can have an outbound door with choice 1 and an inbound door choice 1. Steers them by direction. I don't know. It's still a bit confusing here. A choice limit. Connect rooms. Word door in room A uses specified choice 1. Return door in room B uses a letter choice A. Pros: avoids choice conflicts entirely by using separate ranges for outbound and inbound doors. Keeps the 9 door limit simple. Combined total. Inbound doors use letters A to I might feel inconsistent with gameplay design, which expects 1 to 9 for player choices. There's updating the editor UI to handle letter choices for inbound doors. This can be deferred since Room Manager isn't affected yet. Room Manager wouldn't have a problem with that because they're strings. And so since they're strings, I can use either letters or numbers. So that's not even a problem. I didn't know if I wanted to do that yet. Um, it might. Hmm, that means I can have an array of up to 18 choices. I mean, it's a lot of choices, but it's not because I'm trying to give you so many choices. It's that I'm trying to make sure and resolve conflicts. I might still keep the design to where you have no more than 9 different choices. And actually, though, it might facilitate the multi-directional, separate directionals that I was planning anyways. Yeah, because separate directionals will be like the door system of the of the one already. In other words, they'll be based on exits, and your choices will be based on choices, and so you'll be doing separate. That's I guess. Well, I could do that. You know what I could do? What was I going to do? I was going to do the cardinal directions. I was actually thinking of 8 cardinal directions. Well, 8 cardinal, I think, indicates 4. I think, but 8 directions and up and down. Now that's 8 directions up and down. That's actually 10. That's actually 10 letters. Well, so phase 2 would have separated the directional from the actual room choices. So, so for directionals north, south, east, west. And I didn't think about it too. North, south, east, and west kind of works for north, south, east, and west kind of works for at least the older games because especially in the graphical ones, you had a character going on the room. You wouldn't go diagonal because you would have you'd have to have an area that would designate going to a diagonal room direction, and it's kind of easier to keep it to 4 ways. North, south, east, and west. It's kind of how you walk, anyways. You can walk diagonal, and sometimes you do because you want to go like a direct line to someplace. But when we're doing streets and we're doing room doors, you know, um, a room is usually 4 walls, and you can have a door. You can have multiple doors on each wall, but they're still like west, north, south, east, and west, right? That sort of thing. Um, just allow more choices via the letter keys. I can always assign door numbers the outbound choices and letters for inbound without even adding an inbound outbound flag. So even combined, it can grow to up to 18 choices total. When designing rooms, I'm still only designing for 9. And that actually, yeah, so in fact, we can assign them to the first letter keys. Or, I could not assign the first letter keys in sequence, but I could do it like, AS, like ASDF, JKL, that's only 8, but that could work. And even though I could do diagonals, I don't strictly need to do diagonals, I think. Diagonal rooms, you know. Um, you don't necessarily do diagonal rooms when you're doing a layout, anyways. I think I have to look at that about that adventure game maps. I will have to do a search for that. It does mean a 18 element array, but I don't have to deal with um, overlapping numbers. I'm gonna have to quit here in a sec now. I was supposed to quit at 3:30, but I just want to get this extra in. So, see where you're going with this for Genlands. A clever way to handle your two-way door system while planning for future uh, expansions. Phase 2. You're proposing a separate concept of directional navigation, possibly uh, to avoid overlapping door choices. This allows each room to support up to 18 doors without needing inbound, outbound flag while still designing rooms with 9-door limit in mind. Okay. And since I have everything tied to directions and not to our locations, then even at the worst case scenario, if they each had 18 rooms, you know, uh, well, actually, 18 rooms, I could handle that anyways. Doors, doors looks array is reflecting the gameplay to two-way doors issue. The new system and editor map.gd, creating a door from room A to room B automatically creates a return door from room B to room A, leading to potentially 18 doors per room. Choice conflicts. Plan separate directional navigation. Use digits 1 through 9 for outbound doors. Choice values representing the player's choices in gameplay. For inbound doors, choice distinguishing them from outbound doors. Expand the door specs array to 18 elements to accommodate up to 9 outbound and 9 inbound doors per room. When designing rooms, you'll still focus on 9 doors, but System can handle up to 18 no overlapping choices. Supports phase 2 vision. Uh, update door specs array to have 18 elements to accommodate. We'll store, okay. Yeah. I could alternatively have two separate door arrays, door specs arrays, or even door arrays themselves. Well, the doors, no, I do have a doors array to store doors in. Anyways, update connect rooms to assign choices by direction. Use the specified choice, store it in the first 9 elements. Check the total door count, outbound plus inbound, ensure that it doesn't exceed 18 per room. Update to ensure two-way doors. There's an outbound door. e.g. choice is a digit 1 through 9. Check if the destination room has a corresponding inbound door. Do not create the inbound door with a choice from A to I. It's available letter. Track. Okay. Alternatively, I could have a separate array for inbound and outbound doors. So the doors array in the room would be 2 door arrays, and the door specs array could also be 2. And then I could also assign choices manually by index or by letter, so that each slot corresponds with the actual. Okay, I have to quit now. Okay. Separating doors into distinct outbound and inbound arrays in your great alternative to manage a two-way door system. This approach keeps inbound and outbound doors clearly separated, making it easier to enforce the 9-door limit for outbound doors, which align gameplay choices while allowing up to 9 inbound doors without choice conflict. Also simplifies tracking and prepares for your phase 2 vision of separating directional navigation. Proposed approach: separate arrays. Replace the single doors array with 2 arrays, outbound and inbound. Replace single door specs array with outbound door specs for outbound doors and choices 1 through 9, and inbound door specs for A through I. Outbound doors, Outbound doors, player-facing choices 1 through 9 are kept separate, ensuring the 9-door design limit is clear. Inbound doors are tracked separately, avoiding choice conflicts. No need to expand total door limit to 18. Each array is capped at 9, maintaining the existing structure. Update room GD .gd. Replace the door specs. Update related functions. Load data. Handle the new structure. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to do this tomorrow as I'm out of time. Thanks. So, I know I didn't get anything done today, but I sort of did. It's like I sort of did, but I sort of did, right? It's not progress, meaning I didn't actually make anything, but okay. So I got to do my little recording, which isn't going to be much, but that's okay. Uh, and then I will end the stream. Okay, give me a few minutes. Today is Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, and I got absolutely nothing done today. That is because I'm rethinking how I'm going to do the whole doors and all this. You know, this crossing thing is fine. Um, but I was still thinking about two-way doors, right? You have a door. You have it. Okay, so you have a door in your room and you have a door in the hallway. They're the same door, but they lead to the opposite directions depending on the direction you're going. So I was thinking that to do the two-way door thing, where basically you create a door, you set up a door in one, and then it creates the door in the destination room back to this one, so that there's always a link back to the parent, the child to the parent, parent to child. But then I had the problem um, of the digits, right? Only allow up to 9 rooms, and this would make it 18 if I had all 9. And so there's nine outbound going rooms and 9 inbound incoming rooms, right? And um, that would mean 18. But I don't have 18 number choices. I have only 9. But because I'm going to detach the directionals from the room choices in phase 2, I was going, why not just go ahead and add letter choices for the inbound rooms. So I create, okay, so what happens here is I create a door to Hubert Home here from Enchanted 1. So this is one door. This creates, and I use the choice of 1. So choice 1, Hubert Home destination, right? And then I have to create a door here. So the door here would be choice A, because we're not using the numbers. We're using, for inbound, we're using letters. So I say A. It depends on what I want to use, but we'll say for this demonstration or this example for as A. So it makes a door here that's A, right? So down here you have now you can still have up to 9 doors here, up to 9 outbound doors if you want. Why? Because outbound doors are using the number keys and inbound doors are using the letter keys. So and then and so that way you can have two-way doors. Now you can cut it off. I can figure out a way of cutting off to where it's still only a one-way door, which means it doesn't it doesn't create a return deal. In fact, which means it only uses 1 through 9. So that would still work. So I have to kind of rejigger a few things and have it add some stuff to JSON to change it and stuff. So I didn't get anything done today except for I figured out what I'm going to do tomorrow to actually change the system. This leads up to the other thing about the visualizations, because the reason we have this here is because we have two nodes here. We only have one door, right? But there's an incoming here. But since these are both the same, except for the direction, they should be the same. In other words, the door here, or this door, and this should also be a door. This should be a door, and this should also be a door, not an incoming link, but an actual door. And so, in which case, I don't need this other door here. I just need the two that actually define the two-way doors. So you'd have a door here, and then outbound here, which is be the number key 1, and inbound here, which would be the letter key A, if you needed to go back. So in this case, you do need to go back, and I'll have to indicate which ones are two directionals, which ones are bidirectionals, and which ones are not bidirectional. But in any case, it wouldn't draw multiple lines. It would just still draw the one line, right? It would still draw these lines the way that they are. But if there was ever a loop back to the same room, then it would only have the one line, because it would still have the two doors. Anyways, so that's actually what I'm going to be working on tomorrow. Even though I was trying to show an update, I don't really have an update, but at least now I know what I'm going to do tomorrow, and we'll see. So yeah, didn't get anything done today, but I figured out what I am going to do tomorrow. Okay, that about does the stream for today. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching. You know what, Rook? I've been looking at that welcome back deal here for like a long time. I keep looking at it, and I didn't realize he said welcome back. 1535, so that would have been 1445 is 245. 1535 is 335. So just a few, not 10 minutes ago maybe. Anyways, thanks Rick for stopping by. Thanks for everybody else that was stopped by or was in here or whatever, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching.